Hello, checking. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. How are you this morning? Yes. I see we have quite some little small bits to put together in the next 10 minutes or so. So I want to invite you to a cup of tea. Kindly take your breakfast as we wind up, because in the next 10 to 15 minutes, we should be ready to start. Karibuni chai. for the chief guests to arrive. Mm. Okay, good morning once more. Thank you for the participants taking part physically. As we continue settling down, we want to announce to our virtual participants that we shall be starting the function shortly as soon as our chief guest arrives. So very kindly bear with us. Wherever you are, please grab a cup of coffee or something, and we will be starting very soon as our chief guest, who we are told is arriving anytime now. So kindly be patient as we prepare to begin. Thank you.
My job is to make college easier because students have a lot on their
Mm-hmm. Ladies and gentlemen, morning. Kindly let's be upstanding. Our guest of honor is in the room. Kindly be upstanding. Thank you. We are going to have our national anthem, then we proceed with the program.
God of all creation, justice, leadership, and defender, may we live in unity, peace, and liberty, plenty be found within our borders. Let one and all arise, bring us strong and true, service be our highest endeavor, and the homeland of Kenya, heritage of splendor, from where we stand to defend. Let all with one accord, in concord united, build this our nation together, and the glory of Kenya, the fruit of our labor, fill every heart with thanksgiving.
If you want to achieve better results, make a great impression.
Mungu twaomba unilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano iwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tulijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's continue standing for a word of prayer. Let's breathe and pray together. Gracious and loving Father, we are before your holy presence this morning with our hearts full of thanksgiving and praise. Lord, we worship you for the gift of life on this beautiful day. And we declare this morning that this is the day that, Lord, you have made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. Father, as we begin our function this morning, we invite your holy presence, that you begin with us, O Lord, that you guide us in all the deliberations that we shall make this morning. For the project that is before us, Lord, is for our children, and that's our desire, Lord, because we know you also love children. Guide us, Lord, even as we deliberate on all this. Begin with us and end with us. For this is our prayer of faith in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit we pray. Amen. You may be seated, please.
That meeting. And before we proceed, I will call upon the CEO, Mr. Harun Yusuf, to give his remarks, and then we proceed.
Thank you very much, Miss, for that particular good service. the Professor Chege, representing the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Principal Secretaries, and the Principal Secretary Basic Education and his representative, CEOs of SAGAS, the Director General, the Directors of Education present, Regional Directors of Education participating who are physically and those who are also online, senior government officials, county commissioners who are probably following us online, county government officials, development partners, NACONEC and MOE stakeholders present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to launch two very important reports. One, a new transformative program, Operation Come Back to School. The first report, the National Out of School Children Study Report, was undertaken by our friends and partners, UNESCO, through the Institute of Statistics, UNESCO Institute of Statistics. This study was a joint effort with the Ministry of Education officials and its SAGAS to ensure the report meets the international standards. The study was a global activity undertaken by the UIS to establish the number of out-of-school children and help countries identify the barriers to enable them to address and create positive interventions to ensure no child is left behind. I'm eager to hear the outcomes of this study and the recommendations therein. The second report that will be presented today is the baseline survey report that NACONEC and MOE officers undertook with support from UNICEF to inform on the status of education in the 16 targeted counties in Nasals and the informal settlements of Nairobi. The findings will be tabled today. Through the preliminary findings, UNICEF, with the support from Education Above All, has initiated interventions to address some of the barriers hindering inclusive and equitable participation in education, including access, retention, transition, and completion. The Operation Come Back to School program in Kenya seeks to address these barriers and create sustainable, lasting change for the most marginalized in the ASAL regions, pockets of poverty, and urban informal settlements. This 3-year program targets 250,000 out-of-school children, 50% girls, 50% boys, and 5% children with disability. The goal is to enroll and retain them all the way through their learning journey to transition into positive, well-equipped humans for the world of work. The counties targeted include Garissa, Wajir, Turkana, Marsabit, Samburu, Isiolo, West Pokot, Tana River, Mandera, Nairobi, Kilifi, Kwale, Kajiado, Baringo, and Bungoma. The selection was informed by the highest numbers of out-of-school children in these counties. Ladies and gentlemen, as the study results are tabled today, let us think critically of the sustainable interventions. Societal involvement and improvements of livelihoods, among other interventions, will be key in realizing our objective. I also take this opportunity to appreciate Education Above All, UNICEF, UNESCO, and all our development partners who have been supporting education in ASALs, whose challenges are unique from the rest of the country. Your support has complemented government efforts in the provision of basic education. The government, through NACONEC, is willing and ready to provide coordination of actors to ensure effective delivery of education to all. I therefore urge all of you to work collaboratively with us in this endeavor. May I also take this opportunity to thank the CDs, county commissioners, CDTAC, and other education officers from 16 counties who participated in the baseline survey, whose findings are being presented today. Finally, I once again thank UNICEF and Education Above All, Educate a Child, and UNESCO for supporting the national study, baseline survey, and launch of this program, in this important program. I wish to appreciate all our partners who have joined both virtually and physically for this meeting. Your presence is highly appreciated. I therefore welcome you to this important function and particularly thank Professor Chege for gracing this occasion and your continued support to the National Council for Nomadic Education. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate the CEO NACONEC. Let's appreciate him. Our next speaker is Mr. Sadhu Jallo. Sadhu Jallo is the Chief of Education UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa. He is also here to represent Professor Herbert Gizen. Sadhu is also the chair for EDPCG. Welcome, Mr. Sadhu.
Thank you very much, MC. Good morning, everyone. Let me begin with the protocols. The Professor Fatuma Chege, Principal Secretary responsible for CBC, who is representing the Cabinet Secretary. The PS Education, Ministry or State Department of Higher Learning and Basic Education, represented by Dr. Mulambe. Madam Manisa Zaman, UNICEF country representative. Mr. Harun Yusuf, CEO, NACONEC, His Excellency the Ambassador of Qatar in Kenya. My homologue counterpart at UNESCO, Marilyn Hoa, the UN family here present, distinguished Minister of Education officials, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speaking here as chair of the local education group, here known as the EDPCG. The EDPCG comprises UN agencies, multilateral agencies, INGOs, NGOs, and civil society organizations. The leg works in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and aligns intervention as guided by the National Education Sector Strategic Plan and accompanying policy frameworks and guidelines. The leg membership, our group, provides both technical and financial support to the Ministry of Education. I'd like to say we note with pleasure Kenya's efforts towards provision of quality, equitable, and inclusive education and training, which is a reflection of the global regional shift in direction in ensuring that no child is left behind. So within that engagement, we ensure we take concrete steps to reach those that are furthest behind, including the most excluded and most at risk of having their right to education denied or not realized. The government of Kenya, through the Ministry of Education, has put in place an enabling environment for education provisioning, but faced with challenges like many other African countries, sub-Saharan African countries, challenges with out-of-school children, which stems from a variety of factors which would be raised today as part of the report of the study on out-of-school children. I think the situation of out-of-school children and general problems, issues related to challenges in education were exacerbated by the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. But thank God we are trying to live with it as we move forward to address our mission. On behalf of UNESCO and the local education group, we would like to urge the Minister of Education, with the support of partners, to fast-track efforts in inclusion and equity through point one, addressing through policy all forms of exclusion and discrimination and disparities and inequalities in and through education. Establishment of policy frameworks, guidelines, etc. on out of school would be very useful in moving forward and addressing the issue of out of school. interventions to engage stakeholders in advocacy campaigns to enhance enrollment of disadvantaged children, most vulnerable, and those living with disability. To take measures to address the data and reporting gaps, and continue monitoring and reporting on the situation of out-of-school children. Lastly, it is crucial to strengthen interministerial coordination with the aligned ministries and government agencies to enhance the enrollment and participation in education and training of all school-age-going children and youth, young people. I think with these words, I think I would stop here for now and probably later come back in the other capacity or the hat I'll be wearing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Mr. Jaro. The Principal Secretary, Professor Fatuma Chege. We are now going to watch a short video on Operation Come to School.
Nikakataa reserve kwa sababu reserve alitesa, alibeba maji mbali kutoka 30 minutes. Siku moja chifu alikuwa kutangaza kwa baraza, alisema pelekea mtoto wako shuleni. Nikamwambia babangu, nikakataa. Babangu anataka kupatia nini mzee. Nikaamua acha niende peke yangu. Akatoa mchanga. Nimesikia vizuri kwa sababu nimejua kusoma, ninasikia Kiswahili na ninaongea.
Traditionally, the community tend to think girls are just assets for getting dowry. And also there is that stereotyping of the community that ladies were looked down upon.
Christine was very shy. Now she have improved. She likes English, also she likes maths, and she is very focused. It is my prayer that she gets somewhere so that it will be a lesson to so many people here in the village because they know her.
Here in Turkana, there are a lot of children who are not in school, particularly girls who are faced with child marriage, with teenage pregnancy, with traditional stereotypes of what girls can and cannot do. During COVID-19, we saw a lot more children out of school, and not all of those have come back. UNICEF, through our Out of School Children program, is working with the county government, with traditional chiefs, to try and challenge some of these stereotypes, traditional practices, and to really talk to people about the importance of education, whether it's for a boy, for a girl, for a child with disabilities, and to encourage them to bring all their children back to school.
When I see more girls go to school, it makes me proud because I have at least helped somebody or some people in a community to change their life to a better position.
Thank you for that. You can see from what we have observed, there are so many children out of school, and it requires concerted effort to ensure every child go back to school. That is just Christine. There are many others who are out there. And that's why this forum is very vital for all of us to work together to ensure no child is left behind. We are now going to hear a presentation on the report findings from the National Out of School Study, which will be done by George's Board. George's Bode is a senior regional advisor, Africa Regional Field Network, and he worked very closely with UIS during the development of this study. Judges, kindly take the floor.
I'm moving around. Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning to everybody. So my name is George Wade, and I'm going to give you an overview of the results of the national study on out-of-school children in Kenya. Next slide, please. So first of all, the outline, I will give you very quickly the overview, the mandate of the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, what we are doing exactly in order to justify why we have done this study also for Kenya, and then why the study on out of school children in Kenya. The main sources of data that we have used, because this is very key also to give credit to what you will see in a few minutes. Overview of key result then the limitations of the study. Any study has limitations, any study has strengths. So I will give you very quickly, but you will get also more details in the report. And then the recommendations in terms of policy, in terms of what can be done. Okay. So next slide, please. So this study was actually commissioned and led by the UNESCO Institute for Statistics in 5 countries in the world. Among them 3 in Africa, Kenya, Cameroon, Madagascar, and in Asia, we had Bangladesh and Laos. The funding is from the Education Above All, Educated Child. And here in Kenya, we have carried this study in collaboration with a number of organizations. First of all, the government of Kenya, meaning the Ministry of Education, the National Bureau of Statistics, and we had also the National Technical Team. We cannot list all the institutions here. We have also the National Technical Team. Yeah, okay. So we have also the National Technical Team that is made of officials of the different key stakeholders in education for Kenya, including CONEC, including the Council of Governors, etc., etc. And then okay, good, thank you. And we had also, we worked with, of course, on the ground with the UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa, based in Nairobi, Gigiri, as well as the UNICEF Country Office for Kenya. Next slide, please. So why the study on out-of-school children in Kenya? It is actually one to assess the magnitude of out-of-school children, youth and adolescents, identify who and where out-of-school children, youth and adolescents are located, identify barriers to education and propose ways to redress barriers to education and reduce out-of-school children, inform the development of alternative education. For example, adult and continuing education, we have a department here. And finally, after we have done this for the country, we are sure that we have also information for the global monitoring of the SDG 4, particularly SDG 4.1.1, which is about out-of-school rate in the countries. That is 1 year before entry to primary school age population, lower secondary age population, and upper secondary school age population. So at the end of the day, we will get also this information to inform the world about how Kenya is doing regarding this particular indicator. Next slide, please. So the main source of information for this study, it was informed by the Ministry of Education Statistical Booklet, NEMIS, for several years, economic surveys from Kenya Bureau of Statistics, as well as the recent Kenya Population and Housing Census 2019. Next. Here now on the overview of the results. Well, the out-of-school study is about what? It is about 2 categories of out-of-school children. We do have 2 categories. One of them is those who are not in school, and those who are in school but are facing a risk of dropping out before the end of the school year, right? So for a given year, we have these 2 situations. But among those who are not in school, we also have some subcategories there. Some have never attended school. Some will have the opportunity to go later on. And we have also those who were there already in school but dropped out for several reasons. So we are capturing all this information in the study. And we have 7 dimensions that we are zooming in. Dimension 1 is about the profiles of out-of-school children of pre-primary school age. The second one is for primary school age. The third and fifth one are for lower and upper secondary school age. I know in Kenya, it can be confusing when we say lower secondary, upper secondary, but we know that there is a reform going on where we will have these two categories or these two sub-levels of secondary very clearly in the minds of all Kenyans. And then we have dimension 4, 6, and 7 that are capturing also then those who are there in school but are facing risk of dropping out for several reasons. So when we have enough data details, we are also able to subtract to this type of information to inform the policies. Next slide, please. Yes, here you get it. These are the estimates of out-of-school children in Kenya based on this national study. We are estimating that we have 1.8 million children aged between 6 and 17 years old who are out of school based on the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics population census in 2019. And we have, in addition, 700,000 of those who are aged between 4 and 5 years old who are missing the opportunity to be prepared for primary school. These are those who are supposed to be in a pre-primary, but they are not there. Next slide, please. So as we go for the next slide, okay. Well, here we are giving you the rates of out-of-school children in Kenya. The question is here, actually, where are they? Because we have the numbers, but where are they? They are there in many counties. Some of counties are the most affected, as you can see on the graph. You see on your left side, counties that are most affected. And you have the information here for pre-primary, primary, and the secondary, that means forms 1 to 4. And you can see by yourself what are the counties. This is a subtract of the wall figure, just to show a number of counties that are quite very far behind. And that needs support of development partners. We are happy here that we have the education local group very well represented. Next slide, please. So here we have the percentage of 5 years old children with 1 year exposure to pre-primary. So these are the selected counties where we have this information, but they are performing below 80%. And then you can see a number of them there. Again, if you compare with the previous slide, you'll find that the number of counties that are down there on the graph are also those who were most affected in the previous graph. Next slide, please. This one is dimension 1, which is the pre-primary. That is a percentage of 4 to 5 years old attending pre-primary or primary school. So here we have the total net attendance for those counties that are performing below the national average. And then when you subtract 100, you subtract these figures here to 100, you get an idea of what is the rate of out of school or those who are missing the opportunity to be prepared for primary. Here you see again Garissa, Wajir, etc. Those who are down there are those where you see that the distance between the diagram there and 100 is quite important. Next slide, please. This is for those who are 6 to 13 years old who are missing the opportunity to be in school. Again here, the net attendance rate that is below 80% for those people based on 2019 Kenya National Bureau of Statistics population census data. Again, you will see that the same counties are down there. The distance between 100 and where they are is quite important. Next slide, please. The third dimension is actually focused on Form 1 to Form 4 for those who are aged between 14 and 17. And we can see here that the net attendance rate for those people, for the counties that are below national average, for males, we have for males, we have for females, And you can see the comparison between the two graphs, that a number of counties again are there. And the good thing here is that we are presenting the net attendance rates as well as the total net attendance rates. So net attendance rate is actually showing you the percentage of students between 14 and 17 years old who are in Form 1, from Form 1 to Form 4. They are on the right track, right? They are on time. But when you look at the total net attendance, we are then looking at those who are 14 to 17 years old, who are still in the pre-primary, in the primary, in a secondary or a university. Then you see here how the graph is improving. And it is showing actually that for boys, for example, we have 61% of boys aged between 14 and 17 years old who are not in secondary. They are supposed to be there, but they are not, 61 in secondary. And mining the data, we can compare the two graphs and see that we have about 46% who are there in primary or pre-primary, likely in primary. So they are supposed to be in the secondary, but 61% of them are not there. The reality is then that they are not out of school, but they are lagging behind. They are still in primary. This is the issue here. Issue then of overage later on. Next slide, please, for female. Yes, you have the same graph for female, comparison between the two. And you find that we have 54% of female who are supposed to, are supposed to be in secondary from 1 to from 4, but they are not there, 54%. And when we compare the two, we find that 41% are in primary or in pre-primary. Likely then they are in primary, in primary. So they are supposed to be in secondary, but they are still in primary, 41%. So later on then the issue of overage. Next, please. Here it is a snapshot of overage for grade, attending pre-primary and primary. We zoom on who is there in pre-primary, who is there in primary by age. And we find this. You can see that, for example, pre-primary is the blue one, but you have people between 6 and 10 years old who are still there in pre-primary. Grade 1 for primary is the light blue. And you will find that you have a number of people who are even 14, 15, 16, 17. They are still there in grade 1. This is how we read this graph. You can see that from here, there is an issue of overage. And this is the consequence of the previous slides. Please, next. This is for Form 1 to Form 4. And we are looking at 13 to 19, for example. And you can see that, in fact, they are supposed to be 18, 19 are supposed to be already above, but they are still there in secondary from Form 1 to Form 4. They are still there. There are some of them are still there. Next, please. So what are the limitations of the study? The schools with incomplete primary or secondary cycles is a factor that pushes learners outside the education system where no affordable alternative exists, particularly for the poorest families. So, but access to individual school data was not possible to extract the appropriate figures. This is one limitation. The second one is up-to-date and accurate data on the substantive effect of COVID-19 on the national education system will only become apparent when schooling patterns stabilize and near-miss data set is available. We all know the situation. In 2021, however, the UNESCO Institute for Statistics and the Kenya National Examination Council have undertaken a study on learning losses due to COVID, targeting learners in grade 7, which is we have administered NASMA test as well as a module. Data has been collected and is under processing at the CNEC, Kenya National Examination Council. The report combined with NEMIS time series before and after 2019 will provide evidence for policy making regarding the effect of COVID on the learning losses. Next, please. Recent household and sample-based surveys, including the multiple indicator cluster survey and Kenya household budget survey, were not available to inform barriers to education. Also, barriers to education affecting all 290 constituencies across the 47 counties and attendant indicators not feasible and beyond remit of the Kenya out of school. So we are not going down to that level. The exact magnitude of school-age populations in detention and juvenile institutions that are not captured in routine data collection platform, not profiled in this study as well. Next, please. Recommendations before we close. On the demand side, it is important to develop out of school interventions that are sub-county or livelihood specific so that they are meaningful. Involve community gatekeepers, enhance social communication and behavior change interventions in all counties. Supply improved staffing levels across all levels of education with a target focus on counties with historically high student-teacher ratio to ensure the quality of education is not compromised. Track the locations and the efficiency of mobile schools and investigate incentives for teachers. Establish learning centers in arid and semi-arid areas to reduce distance from school. Prepare for the future disruptions by introducing innovative approaches to teaching and learning, such as the gradual integration of hybrid blended learning programs through a combination of distance and school-based instructions. This is what COVID is teaching us. For us to prepare for the future issues, similar issues, we need to think of doing this type of combination so that when it happens, we can actually have a solution on hand. And this is coming from the global, the UNESCO publication, COVID-19 Education Response. It is actually based on the Global Coalition of Education Studies. Next, please. Policy, strengthen the dissemination and implementation of existing policy related to out-of-school children. It is important that all the stakeholders at the county, at the exec, etc., at the lowest level, be informed of the policies. We used to develop policy, but we keep it at the central level, at the county level, but they don't go down. People have to be informed. Strengthen NEMIS in order to track effective or impact of the out-of-school related policies. Developed a monitoring and evaluation framework in conjunction with the key line ministries, civil societies, and private-public partnership to track and support out-of-school population. Consider the upscaling of social protection programs to cater for all out-of-school children in the community. Strengthen partnership with Kenya Bureau of Statistics to integrate dedicated education module to track out-of-school children in household-based surveys. Institutionalize the reporting against national targets on education, including ADG 4 and the Continental Education Strategy for Africa to guide the development of the education sector. Next, please. This is the end of my presentation. So if there is any question, please feel free to send me an email, or we can also meet during the day to discuss. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, John Jess, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you. We are now going to have an overview of Operation Come to School, which will be carried out or done by Marilyn Hall. Marilyn is the UNICEF Chief of Education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, I sanitized before I came up too. Thank you very much. It's so nice to see Many familiar faces here, and also the strong support that this launch is receiving for this very important issue. I'm not able to quite see the, but go ahead on to the next slide. The UNESCO has presented a lot of the information from the report, and this has been really valuable to craft the response. Now, while I represent UNICEF, and you can see UNICEF logo at the bottom of this presentation, this has actually been put together by all of the partners you see here, particularly the Ministry of Education at all levels, national and county levels, NACANEC, other ministries, UNESCO support, so the different sagas within the ministry. So please take this as a really combined effort of how are we going to help those many children that were identified in the UNESCO study. The phase 1 of Operation Come to School that was also supported by Educate a Child and the EAA entity. This took place from 2015 to 2019. And you can see there that there were quite a number of children that were brought back to school, 349,460 children in 9 counties. So a huge effort and a great result. And that was a total of 29% of the total number of out-of-school children. But there's still so many children that still need to be reached, and as already reported with COVID, we're going to have to go back to some of those children. So now we've got phase 2 of the Come Back to School campaign. And a lot of this was based on the KNBS materials, the out of school report that we've just heard about. And as you've seen, over 1.1 million children have been identified at that time as being out of school or have never been in school or have dropped out of school. There were 16 counties that really were identified with the largest number of out of school children. In fact, almost 90% of all of the children out of school are coming from those 16 counties. So that's really where the target will be for the Come to School campaign. Now, you won't be able to read all of this, but many of you will identify those counties. And I know there's a for those of you here with me, there's a sheet of information where you can see this map and these numbers. And so these are the 16 counties. Some of the counties, the focus will be on the informal settlements. And you can see spread around the country, there are large pockets of out-of-school children. So the goal, what this campaign is going to do, we're going to increase the national population of out-of-school children from 6 to 13 who are enrolled and retained in education in schools across Kenya. It's a big goal. Let's see how we might try to do that. So specifically, we're going to target 250,000 children that are out of school right now. We're doing a gender parity, 50% boys, 50% girls. So there's going to be particular initiatives addressing the problems that girls have and particular initiatives for the problems that boys have in terms of entering school and staying in school. And you will notice 5% children with disabilities, because we know these are often the most disadvantaged children, and we need to look at specific strategies to get those children into school. And I have to say a particular thank you to our signers that are here today helping us. So the UNESCO presentation very carefully went through these categories of children, so I won't spend too much more time. But certainly we know there's children who do not have access to a school. And one of the recommendations there was increased numbers of schools, increased numbers of teachers. Then we have children who have access So there is a school nearby, but they haven't enrolled. And so, you know, some of the reasons that they haven't enrolled: school fees, poverty are certainly an issue, gender stereotypes were mentioned, children with disabilities, children who are in labor or domestic, doing domestic chores and domestic duties. Then there's children who have access. They've actually enrolled, their name's on the list, but they don't actually attend school. Now, it's quite interesting. In some countries, if you miss 3 days of school, you're considered dropped out. Here, we give a much linear kind of timeline. But if we know that a child is not coming into the classroom, they're not going to stay in school. It may be because their family has asked them to stay at home and help at home. Maybe because of poverty, they've engaged in some kind of child labor. Maybe they're actually married and not coming back to school. But this is a huge group. Even though their name is on the roll, they're in effect not in school. And you'll have noticed, I was glad UNESCO highlighted overage children. So they are in school, but boy, I've been to classrooms, you know, a grade 3 class, and there's a 14-year-old boy in that class. How long do you think he's going to stay in school? He's going to be dropping out fairly quickly before he finishes. And so we have the children who have dropped out of school. The out of school study really, most of that took place before COVID. But it's quite interesting because we do have the short range food and nutritional security assessment that looked at enrollment data in 23 of 47 counties. So a good cross section of counties. 18 of those 23 counties had a drop in enrollment after schools opened in January. And some of those numbers, I mean, there were 18 that had more than 5%, but there was a county with 11% drop of enrollment, 24%, 27% drop in enrollment. These are critical numbers. These are children who, if we don't capture them, can I say that word? Capture them during the Come to School campaign, they are not coming back to school, and we will have lost them. So what kind of activities are we going to do? And there's lots of information behind these, but I think you probably already, you're educators, many of you, you know the kinds of things we need to do. So communication, community mobilization, and empowerment. And this came up as one of the recommendations. Really working with communities on community mobilization. So that's the key part where we're going to work with those communities to reach that target, 250,000 children enrolled in schools, and then work with those communities to keep those children in school. The learning environment is critical. Once we get the children's name on the roll, we want to keep them in school. They want a stimulating classroom. They want a teacher there with interesting things to do where they feel they're learning things. And so helping with child-friendly facilities, working with the boards of management to ensure that they are properly planning, that their school is run well, and that teachers and children are supported. And of course, that quality of teaching and learning. We're at the point now, if children, if families don't feel that schooling, education is providing anything, they're not going to stay in school. And so 5,000 teachers trained on competency-based curriculum, because that's a huge part here in Kenya of having a relevant education. 3,500 head teachers and teachers trained to change their pedagogical practices. Gone are the days when children will just sit quietly in a desk and let the teacher talk at them. So really improving the education. Teaching and learning materials. How many classrooms have you been in where it's just rows of empty desks and a blackboard and nothing there to stimulate children, to really engage them in learning, to help the teacher reach those children? Then we've got mentorship and skills building. And again, another core part of the CBC is that mentorship program. And so those 250,000 children that are brought back to school will be engaged in a mentorship program with teachers and community members and others. And a lot of mental health and psychosocial support. This was planned long ago. We know that's a critical entry point, response for children, but after COVID, this has become even more important. And so finally, then, if you notice, there was a piece of recommendation on evidence and evidence generation and policy. There, we're doing baseline surveys to really get a better understanding of the children who are not in school, at risk of dropping out of school. We're going to be helping the ministry with their policies and curriculum reform and digital attendance application that we hope can be merged and supported, integrated with NEMIS to give better real-time data. So multi-sectoral approaches. I mentioned ministry, working with the Ministry of Education, but this requires work from many different sectors. And so there's a cash transfer program that we're working with the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection because we know that poverty is an issue. WASH in schools to really improve the school facilities. The psychosocial support that I mentioned, that we are working with the other ministries that have particular expertise in that area. The low-cost boarding schools, so renovating, working on those facilities again. And then I already mentioned the community mobilization. And there we work very closely with our social and behavior change colleagues, experts on that. So this is a lot of coordination. And I know many of you here are actually representing that coordination. So at the national level, you saw the report that UNICEF and UNESCO worked with the Ministry of Education on. The coordination team led by NACANEC, and also the other sagas within the ministry so that we can bring all of the expertise together on this issue. And at the county level, and I want to mention this is really important, that we are working directly with the county directors of education and the 16 counties that we're reaching out to so that they can ensure that the skills, the capacities are built and strengthened right within the counties. So thank you very much for that very fast overview of the program. And certainly my colleagues here too can answer any questions, as can NACANEC, in terms of how this will be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marilyn, for that clear presentation. We now have seen the overview of the whole program. And therefore, our next speaker will come up with, will make a presentation on the findings from the baseline survey that was conducted to inform on the specific intervention for specific counties. And the officer presenting this is Mr. Andrew Saka. Andrew Saka is the Senior Director of Education from the National Council for Nomadic Education, and he is in charge of monitoring and evaluation. Edwin, take the floor.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As you can see, right from the global report down to the program itself at UNICEF, we are here And any baseline establishes the basics of any intervention. And that's why in the 5 objectives of the expansion Operation Come to School, objective number 5 is where this baseline is anchored. And it's going to establish the starting point across the 16 counties so that now in year 1, year 2, year 3, we are able to do the statistics up to the end. That is the starting point. Next. As we start, the technical working group was composed of a cross-section of agencies, as Madam Marilyn has mentioned, that the out-of-school children intervention does not necessarily need the government only. It needs a cross-section. So when we started, UNICEF composed a technical working group that comprised of KICD, that is the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, directorates across the Ministry of Education, Ministry of National Council, and the National Examination Council. So there are 5 agencies that formed the technical working group of 19 officers. When we went to the field, we worked with the county directors of education across the 16 counties. That is 16 CDs, 16 directors of TSC, and then down to the specific sub-counties and the county commissioners. Those were all people on the ground who gave us a soft landing to be able to penetrate deep down where these out-of-school children are. And now as we start, we've seen global out-of-school study that has been done by UNESCO, UIS, and the project, the program Come to School by UNICEF is giving basic data. And from the big data source, that is the Kenya PH 2019, we are picking 2 areas that are very crucial for us to go to the field. So we picked that number, there are about 18.3 million children in school. That is the age gap of 13-17. And then the enrollment rate between those 4 years, for 2014-2018, was 88.2 to 92.4. That is a 4.2 increase. Then in terms of population, the numbers have been going up. What can we say on these numbers? It means that the government has put in place some interventions that are giving results. And you can see that these numbers have gone up. Schools have come up, the FPE is there. All these interventions are working. Next slide. Yes, these interventions are working, but we still have this big number of out-of-school children. The numbers keep on dwindling. It was 850, it came to 1.6, now it's close to 2.4. These numbers are going up. What is the challenge? If you can look at these 2 pictures, one is the urban informal settlements across all the cities. We have 3 cities. We have about 7 municipalities. All this is rampant out there. Then we have the vast terrains that make about 70% of the Kenya. That is the ASAL areas. You'll find young children fetching water, grazing all over. So despite the government's progress in terms of academic educational outcomes, we still have these numbers. And these numbers are not going to go away soon, okay? So we're saying for us to get the basis of starting to provide interventions, we must get the county disparities. What is in Lamu or in Kilifi, Kwale, that is far from Bungoma, from Turkana? So county-specific interventions. This must be informed by those numbers. Next. Now, the main objective, this baseline survey is anchored within a program. So we want to give baseline information that where are we starting from to begin offering interventions. So the main objective is basically to provide that information base for us to keep on to intervene. Then the specific interventions, basically, we were to map out where are these out-of-school children, then going beyond mapping out, in what areas or in what activity, economic activity areas do you find these children, and then what is impeding them? What are the factors in terms of county? How specific are they? So now when you're providing an intervention, it must be specific. Then what has the government done? Has it succeeded? Where has it failed that you can come in? And then finally, we looked at the appropriate interventions to offer. Yes. Now, as we went out the field, We designed a questionnaire that served all stakeholders, but primarily the questionnaire was answering to 5 areas, defining these out of school children. Who are they in terms of age, in terms of characteristics? And then where are they located in these particular areas? Then what are the barriers they face out there? And then we also look at the interventions that ensure their participation in school. And then finally, how do we track them? Yes, we'll bring them in school, but eventually there's the dropout challenges also. So we look at those areas very, very well. Now allow me to go slowly on this area because the global report has given the picture of the country. And then it informed us the high numbers are in these 16 counties. Now I want to single out these 16 counties to understand what is the challenge. Now I'll begin by Baringo. Baringo, we know quite well, is in the Rift Valley. Baringo is served by 2 lakes, Lake Bogoria and Lake Baringo itself. Now Baringo, 70% of it is arable. Farming is well done there. However, East Pokot is dry, about 28 to 30. That area is where the high number of children are. This is the information we had before going to the field. So Baringo presents this from the CIDP, the County Integrated Development Plan, that gives figures closer to the Kenya National Population Housing Census Report. So they're saying that there are 681 primary schools with a total of 143,000 learners. Yet the number is high, but this number is high primarily in East Pokot. Now East Pokot begins from Marigat, Chemulungot, going deeper down there, very, very dry, with a cluster of low-cost boarding schools that normally assist in retention. Otherwise, pastoralism and banditry, cattle rustling is the in thing there. That is Baringo for you. Then Bungoma, surprisingly, Bungoma is almost 95% arable. No dry area in Bungoma. But Bungoma has 2 challenges. Zoya Sugar Company went down. Webuye closed completely. Now look at those 2 economic giants going down. Then we have 2 border points in Bungoma. Then further than that, Bungoma is also very high in terms of the youth population, 44.3%, closer to Nairobi and Mombasa, the cities, very, very high. Then a lot of border, I mean the small motorbike activities and cultural activities, very, very strong circumcision rights, very strong the program in terms of the girls, when in Bungoma, literally speaking, when somebody dies, it becomes a whole festivity. People celebrate and they celebrate beyond the normal. That is, they have these night vigils. The night vigils are called disco matangas in Bungoma, where the young ones, when they get there, when they come out, they are already expectant. So it's a very risky situation down there. Let's move on to the next. Garissa, very tricky, has multiple cross-border activities, right from Liboi going up. Then enrollment rates are also very, very low. Currently, as we speak from the CIDP, they place Garissa higher than any other county in the country in terms of numbers of out-of-school children. They are being pushed by of course, the refugee population out there. Of course, the host communities are not very willing and supportive enough. They are really feeling that the refugee community gets a lot of support. So there's a challenge in terms of the numbers there again. Then if you look at the numbers, 8.8% of children aged between 6 to 7 are out of school. Then the biggest challenge, a big contributor again, is the Duxi and Madrasa system of education, very, very faithfully adored there. Then Isiolo similarly has the Duxi and Madrasa, and the challenges in Isiolo again, 3-4 years down the line, have been the issues of radicalism and a bit of Dukes and staff there that have pushed up those numbers. Okay, fine. Let's move to the next. Kajiado nomadism. Beyond nomadism, Kajiado has vast terrains of land that causes learners have challenges in terms of access. The distance from one school to the other is a big challenge. Then beyond nomadism, we also have high numbers of FGM practices there. Then Kilifi, similarly closer to Bungoma, a lot of night vigils and of course beach and other tourism activities push girls to have very, very young girls engaging in sexual work. Next. Kwale, closer to Kilifi, but again, Kwale, the challenge is that there's a lot of activities on mining that pushed children to the mining sites. Mandera, closer to Garissa, same thing, cross-border activities, the Dukes and Madrasa challenge, and again, the vast terrains. Distance to school, the big challenge. Next. Marsabit, similar to Isiolo, the challenge in Marsabit now is the interethnic challenge, conflicts. Very, very high there. The cross-border activities again. And then the high malnutrition rates in Marsabit, a lot of hunger is seen in that area. And then Nairobi County, of course, this is challenges are within the urban informal settlements. 8 urban informal settlements in Nairobi. High numbers are here with a lot of emerging schools that are not structured, are not registered very well. Yes. Next. Narok FGM, very, very high, leading in the whole country. Then, of course, you have tourism, the Masai Mara is there. And then you have the Transmara, the border, Kenya, Tanzania, the educational challenges between the two countries presents that high number of out-of-school children. Then Samburu is similar to Marsabit with very tough harsh terrains. Again, there are a lot of conflicts within the counties. Let's move to the next. Tana River, yes, similar to Kwale Kilifi, the issues of the Tana Delta in terms of insecurity. Then again, the low enrollment rates, poverty is very high here. Then Turkana, poverty is very high. Yes, emerging economy in terms of oil, in terms of dams and stuff. But again, a lot of conflict. Turkana, Marakwet and Pokot was push these learners out in the case of wrestling. Wajir is similar to Garissa and Mandera. Dukes and Madrasa are very high. Again, cross-border challenges. Then West Pokot, cross-border challenges, although there's an intervention on peace schools there, but still a challenge. Now, what did we find out there? That from the study, Mandera came up with high numbers, then Garissa was second, and then Wajir like that. Then the county that had lowest numbers of out-of-school children was Tana River, Bungoma, and Kilifi. Then we reached out to 27,000 out-of-school girls. 11,000 out of all this that we reached out through their teachers and stuff. Then the county with the highest number of out-of-school children with disabilities was Turkana with 23,551. Then Mandera came the second, and then Garissa like that. Next. In terms of location, where do you find most of these out-of-school children? Most of the respondents gave the grazing fields. Grazing fields are basically the maize fields, the already harvested sugar plantations like in Bungoma. Similarly, in Garissa, the large pastures, that is where most of these out-of-school children will be found. Closer to that are marketplaces because of the activities. And then thirdly, in the public transport business, in the matatus, you'll find a lot of out-of-school children there. Then most of these grazing fields that had a lot of out-of-school children were in Marsabit, Mandera, Kajiado, Garissa, Narok, West Pokot, and Isiolo. Then Nairobi, most of the out-of-school children were found in the streets. And of course, the garbage dumping sites. And you understand, these are basically areas that accommodate or have the informal settlements. Then in Bungoma, most of them were in the farm plantations, the sugar plantations. Kwale, Kilifi in the beaches. Next. The ratio of boys to girls of out-of-school children from the study, you can see across the 16 counties. Of 100 out-of-school children, there are 48 girls, 52. You can see they're not very far from each other. They are close to each other. So you find that some counties are higher girls, others are lower boys, and we balance to get to that. Then the activities that these out-of-school children engage in are basically casual work, herding, and of course, border. Border is basically the motorbike business. It's a big boom in Kenya. And it takes about 50% of these young ones, especially the boys. Then we also looked at the school factors. Some of the schools that we visited were not quite friendly to especially the learners with disabilities. And of course, some of them were dilapidated. They did not have fence. So this pushed the learners out. And of course, education is a long-term result to that child who is in the grazing field. He's not seeing why he should go to school, because we notice in some areas as you go to visit, they'll tell you, I am grazing. Yes. When the goat gives birth, I'm given a kid goat. So that means after 2-3 years, the child is already in the economic cycle. He's already getting money. Yeah. Then you can see the home factors, parental, poverty, negligence, all that, the broken families. And then in terms of community, the cultural practices, FGM, and all that pushes all these young ones out of school. Next. Then as we look, we came closer to what the challenges these young ones encounter is, of course, neglect. Parents are not there for them. At a tender age, they are already on the labor cycle, providing for the family. Then the girls, of course, teenage pregnancies, the boys are running businesses, and this is what you'll see out there. Next. Yeah, but in terms of interventions, all mentioned that what the government has been providing was good in terms of the school feeding program, but we are all aware that this ended. So this has pushed out a lot of learners out to be in the streets, in the pastures. So that was a very good magnet to attract learners to school. Then of issues like sanitary towels, law enforcement, where the chief and the Nyumba Kumi would go door to door and push learners to school. That has been working. Then the effective one mentioned was the school feeding program, and it has been working very well out there. Next. Yeah, so we are looking at what are the factors that contribute to these successes. So the school feeding program, the meals, and of course, talking to the parents, and of course, the sermons of the chief really made sure that this thing works very well. And then, of course, in the market areas, there are people called the market masters. If the market masters are talked to very well and they stop these young ones from accessing markets, then that is a very big success, because you can't access a market until you get you're allowed by the market master. So if the market masters can be able to stop them, then that can be a good success. Then, of course, the 100% transition that by government has pushed the numbers up very well. Then, of course, what has been impeding is the awareness levels, and of course, the cultural practice has been impeding the out of school. The numbers of learners to go to school. Let's go down. Next. Next. Yeah. So those are let's just go to the conclusions there. Yes. Now, these were the interventions that actually most assume. I want to pick number 2, the education assessment resource centers. They are poorly funded. And most of the officers there are very old, tending to retire. You can see that. So that now, if the learners with disabilities cannot be supported very well. So this infrastructure across counties is collapsing. And now, if it collapses, that means no child with disability will be assessed to go to school. So that's an area that we need to really think very strongly. Divorced women, especially Kilifi, Kwale, Bungoma, is a challenge. Then the use of the chiefs, very, very crucial, that will support. And then the low-cost boarding. The low-cost boarding, a model that actually is begun by a community and enhanced by government. It is what can ensure retention. Next. Of course, local leaders and parents, if they come together through Nyumba Kumi, they'll push the numbers back to school. And then, of course, provision of food, and then collaboration, working with all agencies on the ground, government agencies. Next. Next. So conclusions, 4 things come out strongly here that we need to provide for us to move ahead. The fact is that the out-of-school children menace is not going away soon. The attitude out there, the parents, the kids themselves have already tested. And the worst thing is that the COVID-19 pushed most of them out. Now they already have the idea that if I was out of school 9 months or 1 year and I'm able to provide something for the family, why would they want to go back to school? Education takes longer to provide for you. But when I'm out there, border business, selling things, I get quick returns and support the family. So provide micro enterprise support to poor households. That will really push the numbers back to school. The other bit is establish flexible schooling hours and systems. This is a policy issue that needs a lot of discussion, a lot of debate, pushing those hours, because some of them go to school. In places like Mandera, Garissa, Wajir, we have night schools to basically bridge the gap. So this again calls for policy to see if this child comes from the grazing field, very tired, comes to class. And the first thing is that the teacher is giving the first, you are giving a model of mathematics, maybe a calculation. The child is hungry, you see? So you must first of all settle the hunger and then the child will concentrate. So again, those schooling hours are very, very crucial. Then improve child health and nutrition, I've said, in terms of meals, it's a big magnet. Here we believe no food, no education. So I think it's a good idea again that a satisfied child will give you results. Then finally, working with the local actors and sector-wide approach. Out there, we realize that there are very crucial officers called children protection officers. They are very good. They are very supportive. The Nyumba Kumi, the chiefs, all these guys, we need to work with them for us to achieve this program. Those are the findings from the study. Anything, we are here. We are still ready for you to answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saka, for that good presentation. We really apologize. We are behind the schedule in our program, and therefore I'll call upon our CEO, Harun Yusuf, to take the floor and proceed with the rest of the program.
Thank you very much, Madam Emis. As she has clearly put it, we're slightly behind schedule. My brother, MOE County, the sub-county director in the DEB, Mr. Idris Budal, may not be able to present because of the constraint of time. At this juncture, I would like to invite the representative of the ambassador Qatar, His Excellency the Deputy Ambassador, Tamim Al-Mansouri, to come and present on behalf of Qatar, who is actually supporting this particular program. Thank you, Ambassador. Please come over.
Honorable Principal Secretary, Secretary Professor Fatma Chigi, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to join you for the launch of New Education Above All Foundation, EAA, and UNICEF project, the second partnership between the two organizations in Kenya. I understand that this is the 8th education initiative supported by the Education Above All Foundation through the program Educate a Child in Kenya, whereby the signing was done by the Qatar Fund for Development. This is a wonderful achievement. On behalf of the Qatari ambassador to Kenya, I am delighted to know that UNICEF has once again joined effort to provide education opportunities to marginalized out-of-school children in Kenya through a collaboration with the Ministry of Education, NACONEC, and county governments. Qatar and Kenya share a long and brotherly friendship, and I'm proud that EAA supporting this initiative in Kenya. EAA is a Qatar-based foundation with a mission to ensure an inclusive and equitable quality education, vulnerable and marginalized people, especially in the developing world. As enabler of human development. When Her Highness launched this foundation, and it is Educate a Child program in 2012, she committed to reduce the 58 million out-of-school children at a time, providing 10 million of these children with opportunities to access primary level education. Although that the goal has been reached, EA continues its mission to ensure that every child has access to a quality education across the world. I'm pleased to hear that the new initiative aims to provide access to quality primary education to additional 250,000 out-of-school children in 15 counties and a settlement in Nairobi. This is a quite noble and ambitious target. I congratulate EAA and UNICEF, Ministry of Education, NACONEC for the initiating this bold new initiative. As you embark on this mission, I encourage you to engage this on the ground, particularly those at the county level. Governors and the county education officials has a lot to offer and at a stake in this. I look forward visiting the projects together with Ambassador and hearing about your achievements. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tamim Al-Mansouri, the Deputy Ambassador of Qatar. At this juncture, I would like to invite the CEO of Education Above All, Fahad Al-Sulaiti, if he can be able to join us online.
Thank you, RMC today. Good morning, everyone, Your Excellencies, UNICEF colleagues, development partners. Good morning. I wanted to take this moment to thank UNICEF and the National Council for Education in Kenya for organizing this launching event today. The launch is a signal that the official beginning of the new project and celebrating the partnership between Education Above All Foundation, UNICEF, and the Ministry of Education in Kenya. But the launch is also an opportunity for all of us to commit to the goal of education for all and staying the courses of supporting the most marginalized and hard to reach children in the world. EAA is a mission organization that ensures the most marginalized children have access to quality education, and we will continue to commit to ensure that all children receive quality education around the world. We are hope you today to the same depths of this project. Our part of this new project with UNICEF will be our 8th project in Kenya supporting those who need help, most vulnerable and children. This is the second time that Education Above All Foundation and UNICEF will join effort to provide education opportunity to children in Kenya. The first initiative aims to enroll 300,000 children through improving schools infrastructure, providing teacher training, and the provision of mobile schools. I am glad to report that the previous project exceeded its target and helped to enroll over 349,000 out-of-school children. Congratulations to all of those who were involved to make this a successful project. We are very excited about this new initiative with UNICEF and the Ministry of Education, and we are proud to excellent work and ambitious of the previous projects. Looking forward to hearing about the new project achievement in the upcoming months and years, and visiting the project. As I have stated from Mr. Mansouri today, we're looking forward to visit with them the project and to see, the accomplishment of this important and key initiative in Kenya. Wishing you all the best, and we'll be in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my brother, the CEO, Fahad Al-Sulaiti of Education Above All, for his good contribution and participation in this particular forum. At this juncture, I would also like to invite Dr. Evan Joka, the CEO of NATCOM. She will also be very brief, and she will attend. She'll be able to join us online. Madam Eva, Dr. welcome. Dr. are you with us? In the interest of time, we'll proceed and probably now invite the head of UNICEF, and Manija Zaman to come and do her remarks. So these are the background.
PS Professor Fatma Chege from the Ministry of Education, Dr. Mwalambe from Ministry of Education, and other esteemed colleagues from the ministry, of course. CEO of NACONEC, Mr. Yusuf, Deputy Ambassador, Mr. Al Mansouri from the Qatar Embassy, CEO from Education, above all, Mr. Fahad Al Sulaiti, CEO of Educated Child, who's also online, Dr. Mary Pigosi, my friend from UNESCO, Mr. Yallo, Chair of EDCPG, and also, of course, with the Regional Office of UNESCO, all the regional and county directors who are online, my young friends in the table in front, which I see here, right here, distinguished guests, all protocols observed, and of course, the community who's online. Good morning to you all. I believe it's still morning. So I'm actually really delighted to be here for this launch of phase 2 of Operation Come to School Kenya, which is an amazing initiative by the government of Kenya in partnership with us at UNICEF and Education Above All Foundation through the program Educate a Child. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all here because I think we are united by one common belief that every child, every boy, every girl, every child, no matter what circumstance, disability, ability, really should be in school and get a quality education. That's what unites us. But unfortunately, globally, we're actually not quite there yet. And the latest figure that we have show that 1 in 6 young people of school age across the globe are not in education. And it is more than 258 million children. And 6 out of 10 are not acquiring basic literacy and numeracy after even several years of school. We know that children who miss out on school are also exceptionally vulnerable. They're often living in extreme poverty and may have to work to support their families. They may be discriminated just because they are girls, or because they are children living with disability, or because they are from a certain ethnic group, or because they have certain religious beliefs. So yes, it is a global problem. And here, as you've heard, in Kenya too, we have this challenge. And the data has been shared. And I really want to applaud UNESCO, working with the government of Kenya, also working with us here in Kenya, to come up with some of the key data that we actually need in order to move forward with effective programs and strategies. As you've heard, over 1.1 million children of primary school age 6 to 13 are out of school. And this situation certainly has been exacerbated due to the COVID pandemic. And unfortunately also now the drought that is biting. I was just in the last couple of weeks out in Wajir. I was last week in West Pokot. And yes, the drought is biting. And yes, children are dropping out of school, unfortunately. And those who had not gone to school for several months because of COVID, there's no way that they think they're going back unless we do something quite urgently and in a determined manner to really support these children and families. COVID-19, as was mentioned and all the school-related issues that we saw really meant that, yes, more girls and boys actually left school. Families were pushed into poverty, and they've been trying to survive. And sometimes those coping mechanisms mean that girls are married off early or are sent to work, boys and girls. And so these boys and girls are away from the safety net of the school. And many girls, as you can see, end up pregnant. And boys, of course, join the workforce, find it interesting and lucrative to start making a little bit of money here and there. And it's even more difficult now to start bringing them back to school. And indeed, as we've seen in just the previous presentation, it's really important to understand county-specific reasons of what is happening and the circumstances in every single county. And there again, I want to applaud the government of Kenya as well, working with us, UNESCO and others to really focus on data and to use data for decision-making, because that's how we can actually use the resources that are available to us in the most effective manner. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we will be doing everything we can to get children back into the classroom as quickly as possible, no matter their situation. But as the children come back to school, it is also important that they get quality education. And in Kenya, according to a re-entry study conducted in 2020 by the Ministry of Education, a majority of Class 8 learners were found to underachieve in several of the subjects assessed. For example, only 35% attained the minimum proficiency in mathematics, 40% in English composition, 45% in Kiswahili, and 36% in Kenya Sign Language. And yes, there are several efforts ongoing to actually address this situation, and the work around the competency-based curriculum and the support all of us partners are giving to this will make a difference. We know that longer children are out of school, the less likely they are to go back. And children who are not in school, as was mentioned, face a range of risks that can spell an end to their childhood. And I think, certainly from my visit last week to West Pokot, this came very much to the fore when we heard of girls, unfortunately, undergoing FGM because they were out of school for so long, going into getting married off earlier. So really, it's a childhood interrupted. That's for sure. I hope it's not the end, that with all the efforts that we're making here, together with all the partners, we will be able to bring these. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's important that we recognize families out of poverty. We know that educated their own children in turn. And it's worth noting that every target in Vision 2030 agenda and the SDGs require education. Education empowers individuals with the necessary knowledge and skills to build their lives with dignity and capacity also to contribute to their own communities. And that's what we are here to do with the launch of phase 2 of Operation Come to School Kenya. I will not go into the details of the program as my colleague Marilyn, what we want to be doing, the goals, but also how and with whom. And I hope this partnership really bears fruit. I want to come to the end of my address by saying we are deeply, deeply grateful to the government for leading this initiative and to education above all through their program, Educate a Child, for forging such a strong and effective partnership. Distinguished guests, I think this program will transform lives. And you saw a short video where one life was transformed. And I'm sure as we travel together, we will see 1, 2, 3, 4 thousands, hopefully, lives transformed. Because what can be more noble than that, but then to get together to help achieve that. I think we all need to play our part here. We have to multiply this kind of effort exponentially across the country with the support, of course, of the counties as well. And beyond this particular program, we need to see families and communities in villages, towns, cities, rallying, coming together to identify those out-of-school children and really ensuring that they do come back to school and they stay in school and they get the support that they need to really fulfill their own aspirations and dreams. And so I just really urge each one of us sometimes to look at this even from a personal perspective, because there are reports, there are figures, there are programs, there are strategies. But at the end of the day, none of us would be here in this room if we did not have access to education, if we did not have the support that we needed to be able to fulfill our dreams. So I think if you and I have had that opportunity, I think it is incumbent upon all of us to do the best to make sure all children, every boy, girl, every child with disability also has that same opportunity here in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Manisa, for that captivating speech and address regarding this particular program. I am made to believe that Dr. Eva Njoka is available. Can we give her probably a few minutes because she's really contributed to this program. Dr. Eva, welcome. Proceed. Yeah. Dr. Eva, please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Thank you very much, Dr. Eva. I think in the interest of time, we'll proceed. At this juncture, I would like to invite Professor Herbert Giesen, the UNESCO Regional Director for Eastern Africa and representative to Kenya.
Good morning. I suppose again, good morning, everyone. I'm back this time representing the UNESCO Regional Director, Madam Chief Guest. He sends his apologies for his inability to be with us this morning. He has issues related to some travel he's doing tomorrow early morning. So had requested me to come and represent him here and read his speech, his remarks rather. So I intend to do just that. Again, I'll have to go through through the salutations, but I'll cut them short in this case. I would, so that we save time. But I would like to mention the Professor Fatuma Chege, Chief Guest, Principal Secretary responsible for CBC. I would like to acknowledge also the representative of the Principal Secretary, Minister of Education, here represented by Dr. Mulambe. Also, I would like to recognize the presence of His Excellency, the Embassy of Qatar in Kenya, UN family present here, my colleague and homologue, Marilyn Hoa, of course, the representative of UNICEF in Kenya, Maniza. Good morning and warm welcome to you all, says the remarks. On behalf of UNESCO, I am very pleased and honored to join you at the launch of the Out of School Children Initiative Study Report for Kenya, a collaborative effort of the Ministry of Education, UNESCO, and UNICEF. Kenya Out of School Children's Initiative is part of the Global Out of School Children Initiative, launched by UNESCO and UNICEF in 2010, and is among more than 40 studies conducted since 2010, which have been completed in Sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean and Eastern Europe. In 2020-21, Kenya, Cameroon, Madagascar are the 3 countries in Sub-Saharan Africa participating in this initiative, with an additional 2 countries participating in the global initiative in Asia region, Bangladesh and Laos People's Democratic Republic. Distinguished guests, education is a human right. It's a fundamental human right. This is the cardinal principle guiding all our actions. It underpins the Education 2030 agenda, by which countries pledge to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and to promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, and all underlined. This point has been made by earlier speakers with the effort of leaving no one behind. Work on addressing the right to education of out-of-school children, and indeed other marginalized groups, need to be accelerated in order to attain the SDG 4 goals and Education 2030 agenda and framework for action of leaving no one behind in the quest to build inclusive, peaceful, and prosperous societies. Fulfilling the right to education of out-of-school children will necessarily require taking into account all barriers holding them back, which include economic, sociocultural, geographical, digital, among others. Presently, the realization of the right to education for all is under threat. Everywhere, the COVID-19 pandemic has hit the most vulnerable and marginalized the hardest, affecting 1.6 billion learners at its peak. That's around the world, at its peak, when the majority of the world's schools were closed. This has widened the existing inequalities and could erode hard-won progress realized over decades. According to the UNESCO estimates, that's to the UIS, about 24 million children and youth from pre-primary to tertiary education are at risk of dropping out because of the pandemic's economic impact alone. Further, millions of children and adolescents worldwide remain out of school, with many others deprived of educational opportunities due to economic, social, and cultural barriers, as well as limited access to quality education. In Kenya, there has been evident challenges facing children's access to education, or to poverty, sociocultural barriers such as early forced marriages. Some of these have been mentioned, teenage pregnancies and so on. But Kenya's population is estimated at 47.6 million. But I will leave that segment that deals with already the study which had been presented earlier on. So I will skip that paragraph. This notwithstanding, governments have taken increasingly bold steps to assume educational responsibilities and have espoused particularly the principle of leaving no one behind. Kenya has rightly embedded the right to education in its 2010 constitution as one of the basic human rights, and further outlined the same in the education sector plans and through thematic sector policies, guidelines, and systemic alignments aimed at enhancing access and participation in education. These include the gender policy in the education sector, school capitation grants, school re-entry guidelines, data capture and reporting through NEMIS, etc., and the establishment of a National Council for Nomadic Education, NACONEC, among others, who are a major partner to this exercise that we are doing today. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to also mention in a special way Kenya's sign-off to the Djibouti Declaration of 2017, which among its aspirations for IGAD member states includes to progressively ensure inclusion of refugees into the national education system. This is happening to a very large extent. Work on this towards this end is happening in Kenya. Now, this is a reassuring step towards access to education and training for populations on the move. I note with optimism that Kenya is in the process of developing a policy and an accompanying costed plan to this effect. UNESCO is committed to continue supporting this effort. From the beginning from the expression of interest by the Minister of Education to participate in the out-of-school study back in June 2020, UNESCO and UNICEF have worked together closely with the ministry, providing technical and financial support. Excuse me, providing technical and financial support to the exercise. The out-of-school study report, which will be launched today, is the result of this collaboration. The out-of-school study report for Kenya, which we are about to launch this morning, is crucial in understanding the profiles and out-of-school children, profiles of out-of-school children in Kenya, who they are, where they are, and certainly will contribute to answering some of the fundamental questions that that anyone would pose, including who is an out-of-school child, which children are in school but face danger of dropping out, which children have dropped out of school and are likely or unlikely to return to school. These came out both in the report of the Kenya report on out-of-school children, as well as the baseline report, which was presented by UNICEF. Ladies and gentlemen, says the regional director, I am confident that the results of this study will be instrumental in guiding policy action towards enhanced access and retention of children in school and ensuring that children are not only in school, but are learning. In other words, learning is taking place as opposed to just mere presence. Furthermore, the report should enable the ministry to build strategic partnerships and mobilize additional resources to address the challenges of out-of-school children, which I believe is demonstrated by UNICEF, the Educate a Child, and et cetera, et cetera. I think that is the kind of possibilities that a report of this nature can bring to bear. UNESCO is committed to continue supporting the government of Kenya through the Ministry of Education to enhance access, retention, and improve learning outcomes for all learners and trainees across the education levels, from early childhood through to higher education. With this, I wish us all a successful launch of the out-of-school study report for Kenya, and I thank you very much for your attention. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Professor Herbert, for that wonderful contribution to the exercise. At this juncture, I would like to invite Dr. Mulambe to take over this, to make his remarks and invite the chief guest of this particular occasion, Professor Fatuma.
Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, represented by Professor Fatuma Chege, PS Implementation of Curriculum Reforms, the CEO NACONEC, the chairman, EDPCG, and also chief of education, UNESCO, NATCOM CEO joining us online, EAA CEO also joining us online, UNICEF country representative here present, representative of the Embassy of Qatar, the leadership of UNICEF and UNESCO who are here. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Sylvester Mlambe, Director Policy and Partnerships in the Ministry of Education, here representing PS, Early Learning and Basic Education, Dr. Julius Joan, who got busy and asked me to represent him in this. And of course, I ask you to receive his apology. And of course, Chief Guest, allow me 1 minute just to convey his message before I invite you to address the congregation. The PS says, I'm happy to be with you as we launch the national study on out-of-school children and the Operation Come to School program, which aims to address issues raised in the report towards ensuring that no child is left behind in education. I wish to thank our chief guest, Professor Fatuma Chege, in this case, for accepting the invitation to launch this important report. As I usher in the chief guest, I wish to note the following. The launch of the report and rollout of the program are timely as they complement with the ministry's interventions towards provision of quality education, equitable and inclusive education to all children in Kenya. I wish to thank our partners, UNICEF and UNESCO, for supporting the ministry to conduct the study on out-of-school children. The study established achievements made so far, as well as on gaps on access to education in Kenya. This information is critical to inform specific programs and policies towards bringing children back to school. I also appreciate the team effort by various departments, the ministry, NACONEC and NATCOM, in facilitating successful delivery of out-of-school children interventions. With this few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it's now the pleasure of the PS to invite the chief guest, who is Professor Fatuma Chege, to give the keynote address and officially launch the program. Welcome, PS.
Thank you. Yes, good morning, everybody. As you have heard from my colleague, the PS, Early Learning and Basic Education, I'm here representing our Cabinet Secretary, and that is the sole reason why you are seeing me here. It's a humble and quite pleasant duty, being the PS in the newly established Department for Implementation of Curriculum Reforms. And just before I read this speech from our Cabinet Secretary, I am just humbly going to take a few minutes of salutation and also say that in addition to reading this speech, which he has sent me to do that, my other duty was to be here on his behalf, to listen, to observe, and also give feedback. And CEO of NACONEC Kenya and the CEOs of NACONEC who are online, Excellency, the Ambassador of Qatar represented here, Chief Education UNESCO, Mr. Saidu, who we have met several times in my other life. We had common interests and activities that we conducted together. head of UNICEF Kenya, big partner of education in Kenya, regional director of UNESCO. We've listened to the speeches from UNESCO, great partners of education in Kenya. My colleagues in the field of education, including my colleague peers, distinguished guests who are physically here and virtually participating. All protocols observed, very famous phrase in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just briefly make my observation, which I'll share with my boss, about this particular program on out-of-school children in Kenya, the program of Come to School, and I pray they come and stay and remain in school. I've listened to the research findings by UNESCO IUS and UNICEF Kenya, and coming from a research background and specifically from a research background in the area of education in the East Africa and South Africa region, I have very good reports to take to my boss, because children being out of school is not of their own doing. And we as adults, as experts, as education practitioners, as government officials, it is our duty to explore, investigate, and find out the causes that are keeping them out of school. And I'm very happy to go and report that the researchers that have been whose findings have been presented here have actually been spot on the baseline survey to identify existing deterrents that keep children away from school, emerging issues like COVID, droughts, hunger, and so on. They have been presented here, and recommendations for interventions have been clearly presented. That is something I'll be very, very happy to report back to the CS, who regrets that he wasn't able to attend this meeting, sends his greetings and gives his apologies. I would like to go straight away and read his speech with the protocols observed in my salutation. This is the speech by the Cabinet Secretary, Professor George A.O. Magoha, EGH, during the launch of the National Out-of-School Children's Study and the Operation Come to School program on 19th of October at the Hilton Hotel in Nairobi. It gives me great pleasure to preside over the launch of the Out-of-School Children's Study and the Operation Come to School program. I wish to take this early opportunity to thank UNESCO and UNICEF in carrying out the study and coming up with interventions to address the problem. I thank all partners for the financial support towards the realization of the targeted interventions. This will complement the government's efforts in ensuring that no child is left behind or fails to access basic education. The government has given priority to the disbursement of free primary education and free day secondary education funds for every child in basic education, and has also provided learning materials to all schools. Ladies and gentlemen, I note that despite the significant progress in promoting access to quality education at the national and global levels, African countries continue to experience substantial challenges. These include low access to education by the vulnerable children and those from marginalized regions. There is also low achievement in literacy and numeracy. There is also weak linkage between training institutions and industry, low demand for TVET training, as well as gender disparities, among others. In this regard, there is need for concerted efforts, collaboration and partnerships, parental empowerment and engagement, media campaigns and other strategic interventions to be applied in ensuring all learners access and complete their education. I reiterate the words of the UN Secretary General, the late Kofi Annan, who said, literacy is the road to human progress and the means through which every man, woman, and child can realize his or her full potential, end of quote. This therefore calls for all children to go back to school, while the society must encourage and play its role in promoting all government initiatives like the one we are launching today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is acknowledged that the government has the primary responsibility to provide quality education to all its citizens. It is my hope that parents and caregivers will uphold their parental roles to ensure all school-going children will access, transition, and complete education at all levels. It is quite sad from the statistics that have already been provided here that some counties in ourselves are home to high numbers of out-of-school children. I urge all stakeholders to embrace the government's national re-entry guidelines in ensuring all children who are out of school go back to school. We also call upon the stakeholders to embrace the campaign on Operation Come to School. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm well informed that the primary goal of the program is to enroll 200,000 children, 50% boys, 50% girls, and 5% of children with disabilities who are out of school to access quality basic education. I'm also aware that some of the interventions have commenced, like the dissemination of national re-entry guidelines, mentorship policy, and provision of psychosocial support to learners rejoining school after dropping out. The role played by UNICEF in supporting these interventions cannot be overemphasized. I'm also aware of the various water, sanitation, and hygiene programs you are undertaking to ensure water, sanitation, and hygiene is provided in the primary schools. This partnership will go a long way in complementing the government's efforts. Finally, I wish to thank the organizers of this meeting, coordinated by NACONEC and supported by UNICEF, UNESCO, and the Ministry of Education at large for supporting this launch of a very important report and program. I urge all stakeholders to take note of the recommendations made in the national report and take requisite actions to ensure all children are back in school in line with the government policy. I have been informed that focus is now being drawn towards the impact of drought in many of these counties that we are talking about. And I wish to take this opportunity to call out and appeal to the partners you've been working together to address this matter because it poses a risk. This morning we heard that there are risks of pushing children out of schools, there are threats. So this is one of those threats that will affect the gains that have been made. So I want to take this opportunity and appeal to all of you partners to address this as an emergent issue that is important and is in line with the theme of this program of Operation Come to School. I wish to thank you very much and God bless you. Now, with those few remarks, I think the other duty was to officially declare the report and program launched. So what should I do now? All right. All right.
So we call upon UNESCO chief, that is Saidu, UNICEF director on behalf of the PS director, is he still there? Miss Dr. Mlambe.
Now you've mastered.
Unfortunately, we need it.
A little like
Yes,
that?
yes.
I'll give you sanitizer. All right.
So our chief guest is now going to symbolically launch the report, and I request our ladies to give each of the guests a bunch of balloons, symbolic. Please give each one of the guests standing here a balloon, a bunch of balloons, and we shall now, and all of us, ladies and gentlemen, we applaud as our chief guest cuts the ribbon. Yeah, just anywhere, and then you display. Give me the other one.
Celebrate like
And display for us. Display for us. Display for us.
Slow it down a bit.
This is the other one.
That needs to be cut. So this is one report.
So that is the report, and this is that is the come back to school, and this is the report. You can release the balloons to the. You can release.
Let's now have UNICEF, Qatar, CEO, and the CS. Just for a brief photo, please. Yes, just with the report. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, yes. Now we'll have UNESCO, Qatar, and PS. UNESCO, Qatar, CEO, Nakonek. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And the PS, early learning and basic education. Give the bags. Yes, give them. Give the bags. You want to take a photo? Thank you. The bags. Okay, take them. Get for me the books. I have the books. Where is the other bag for the other one? No, we have one color. Color. Bring the three. Give them the bags. I'm telling you to give. Oh. Now we want to give them gifts from Nakonek. Gifts. Where is the yeah. Where are you? Yes. We want to take you a photo with this, madam. Bring the back. Bring the back. Okay. Yes, you are.
I want them to follow.
Yeah.
They are going through, we get the
Don't
picture.
open. Don't
No,
open.
it's needed.
Let's take a photo. No, I want to be there, please. Okay. With the bag. Wachana na hiyo mambo.
So.
You know you are not comfortable. Oh, each one has stairs. Yeah. Yes. Okay, that's okay. Not there. Just nothing. Yes, you want to consult. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Our function is over, but kindly, if you have any question, just put it on the chat box. We will respond to any question that you've raised. Thank you very much. We can pray. We forward. Can you kindly, let's have our seats. Let's have our seats for the next steps. Yes. Yes, for next steps. Yeah, we have the next steps. Kindly let's sit down for the next steps, which is part of the program. We are going to make a presentation on the way forward. What next from now? And I'll give this chance. I give. One, amplify, we do this, we do that. Finalize, we do that. Just mentioning them. Okay? Yeah, just, yeah. We are going to use the digital attendance register. Yes, coordinate with the county for that. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly let's have our seats. We conclude this function. Kindly let's have our seats. Yeah. Anasema next steps. Hello, kindly let's have our seats. We have not concluded. Kindly. Please, let's have our seats. We conclude and pray.
Thank you very much. I think we are coming to a close of the business today. Briefly, I would like to make a few remarks regarding the way forward from here. What's our expectation and how do we proceed? We have key activities that have been outlined in the following 1 month. And that is in October ending, November, December. We have got the enrollment drives, advocacy campaigns, including engagement with education assessment and resource centers, officers in the identification, assessment, and placement of children with disabilities in 58 sub-counties. In terms of support, schooling of 500 newly enrolled out-of-school children in Kilifi, Kwale, and Garissa through cash transfer. To finalize the renovation of 10 schools, classrooms, boarding and wash facilities in Garissa. The Dukes and Madrasa strategy for Garissa and Mandera is ongoing. To train 500 in the board of management and school management in the 58 sub-counties, 1,000 teachers in inclusive education and remedial catch-up classes are being provided, will be provided. To distribute education materials and school furniture, to validate the revised nomadic education policy, implement mentorship policy at school level, and through regular weekly mentorship assessment and the celebration of the annual mentorship day, increase access to digital content for the newly enrolled children. These are the activities that we expect that will be following after the launch in the coming months. One of the other key activities is monitoring of enrollments. We'll monitor out-of-school children enrollment and daily attendance of newly enrolled learners through the digital attendance application. And finally, the coordination component, annual review of the implementation of the Operation Come to School with the different stakeholders, county level review, the national level reviews. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I would like to call Madam Constance, who has been my colleague, to come and make the closing remarks.
Thank you very much, CEO, for this call. Mine will just be to thank you all for your participation, mostly the distinguished guests. We really appreciate your commitment, and we really wait for you to support us in the implementation of the Operation Come to School. I will just stop here. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for your patience. Kindly let's have a closing prayer by Carlo Mogongo. Carlo.
Thank you very much. Let's bow our heads and give thanks to God. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we humble ourselves in front of you this moment with thanksgiving and praise in our hearts and our souls. We thank you even for enabling us to come to the conclusion of this launch. We thank you and we commit the program and the whole activities that are going to be part of the operation Come to School into your able hands. Lord Almighty, as we started with you, we come to the end with you. We know that you're going to go ahead of us and you're going to give us more wisdom as we deliver on education for all on behalf of the country. We give you all the glory and honor because you are Lord. We thank you as we part, may you be ahead of us. And even as we continue to collaborate and partner, may you be ahead of us. We say thank you, for we pray this in Jesus' mighty name we pray. Thank you. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Thank you very much.